3.2%. So just empirically, we are accelerating in the third quarter. I'm not sure how long that lasts for. I'm not sure that that's sustainable, but that's going to add some inflationary pressure to the economy.
It's how we started the program this morning, Andrew. We were talking about risk cutting both ways. We're coming into Q4 and we're talking about a consumer-led slowdown potentially, but also at the same time simultaneously having a conversation about the potential to reaccelerate. Can we talk about the former a little bit more? I know your base case is the latter. We get one more hike from November Fed meeting because of the risk of that playing out. But just the slowdown, why do you not lend too much weight to the risk of a consumer-led slowdown, given what's happened with energy recently, what's happening with student loan repayments, where rates are? Why do you not lend too much weight to that story?
Yeah, I think the economy will eventually slow down. I don't see it from the consumer now, and I don't see it from the consumer because we just don't see it. It's not there in the data. You see not only services consumption that's continued to hold up, but we're getting stronger goods consumption. People are buying autos. People are buying houses, even at higher mortgage rates, even at higher prices. So there's a lot of strength in that consumer.
Andrew, sit tight. It's timed it perfectly. The ADP jobs report about to drop in a couple of seconds' time. The estimate 150,000. To bring you that economic data, let's cross over to Mike McKee.
Good morning, guys. We get a number that is a lot lower than people anticipated. Just 89,000 jobs created in September, according to the folks at Automatic Data Processing. Annual pay up 5.9%. That's a drop. So it looks like, at this point, a weaker than expected jobs report could be a possibility. We always have to add that could be disclaimer when you're talking about ADP and its relationship to the government payrolls number. Now, remember, these are private sector jobs. By industry sector, goods producing 8,000 jobs. Manufacturing, ADP says, loses 12,000 jobs. Construction gains 16,000. And only 81,000 jobs in service providers. Leisure and hospitality leads that with 92,000, but we see 32,000 in professional and business services decline. Now, remember, yesterday we got that JOLTS report that showed a big rise in job openings in August for professional and business services. So there are some disjointed data going around here. One last thing, the change in establishment size, small businesses, 95,000 additional jobs. Large businesses lose 83,000 jobs. Pay growth slowed. Job stayers up 5.9%. Job changers 9%. And remember, the quits rate didn't move, so people are still looking for other jobs, expecting to get paid more. So bottom line, 89,000 jobs were created according to ADP. We'll see how that affects everybody's forecast for Friday.
Mike, stay close. We'll get into the data ahead of Friday as well. This move, this data goes against the grain. Better than expected data Monday, Tuesday, downside surprise Wednesday. And this is the move in the bond market. Yields lower, Treasuries rally. On a 10-year yield, we're down about 5 or 6 basis points to 473. It is 8:17 a.m. Eastern time, and we've already had a 15 basis point trading range on a US 10-year yield.
Another day.
Much higher a little bit earlier. We were pushing 490, and now we're back down to 470 something. On a 30-year, yields were 3.5% earlier on this morning. They're back down to about 487, down about 6 basis points there. Off the back of that move, equities spiking higher, near session highs, positive by about 0.3% on the S&P 500, and the dollar, which has been absolutely dominating the bulk of G10 with the exception of the Japanese yen in the last 24 hours, shown some weakness now against the euro. 105.17, that currency pair positive by, let's call it 0.5%. Tom, that currency pair near session highs.
Much more than normal, John. And folks, you just simply look at the blinky of the Bloomberg Launchpad, the red and the green, the amber on the screen. And John, there's a lot of action there. There's people adjusting.
Adapting.
Yeah.
Downside surprise, 89,000 on ADP. The estimate 150. Looking ahead to payrolls, this is the number we're looking for. 170. The previous number 187. To McKee's point, after a number like that, are we going to see some upgrades to the forecast or some downgrades going into Friday? Andrew Honhorst of Citi with us around the table. Andrew, your reaction to that? What would you expect on Friday now based on this? Does it change anything for you?
It doesn't change anything. I think just look at the scatter plot of ADP versus NFP. There's not a high correlation between the two. So it's a big if we get this number. If we get this number, though, like Mike McKee said, it's a big if. But if we get this number for payrolls on Friday, this is Goldilocks. Right around 100,000 jobs per month. That's about what the population growth can sustain. That would be a very sustainable pace of job growth. So if we see this number, that would be a Goldilocks economy.
The heavyweight, Janet Yellen, was out yesterday with some select comments that I'm sure your team saw as well. There's another economist, Michael Tyson, who has a very famous quote about getting punched in the face. You know, everybody's got a plan here. How does the Fed, I mean, with the trauma that we've seen the last week in the bond market, I'm sorry, there's a point here where the Fed put comes back into place. Are we anywhere near where the Fed looks at the financial trauma and says, we got to adapt?
So remember what the Fed is trying to do here is to raise interest rates and slow the economy. They've raised policy rates, but really what controls the economy, mortgage rates, corporate borrowing rates, those are going to be dependent on the 10-year yield. So the fact that 10-year yields are higher, I think is probably consistent with what the Fed is trying to achieve. Now, like John was talking about earlier, being in a 15 basis point trading range over the course of an hour or so in the day is probably not the level of volatility that Fed officials would like to see. So they're watching this, as you know, Fed officials, government officials always tell us, they're watching. And they'll be watching for, do we see signs of liquidity stress that are emerging? If you saw those type of things, then yes, I think you could think about, you know, would the Fed actually react to this? You know, and first it would be with their rhetoric saying that, you know, maybe Treasury yields have moved too far, but I think we're still away from that point. Treasury yield curve is still inverted. We still have 10-year yields below 2-year yields. They've come up a lot. We're not as inverted as we were. If you're not imminently looking at a recession, you're not staring down a recession, it's not clear why that yield curve needs to be as inverted as it was.
A number of people have come on this show have said that a lot of the move in yields has not been fundamentally justified. Do you disagree? Do you think that fundamentally where the yield is currently on the 10-year Treasury and the 30-year Treasury is completely justified and compensating you for inflation?
I think it depends on what you mean by fundamentals. But if you're including in those fundamentals the fact that we're running large deficits, there's more Treasury supply that's coming to the market. So some people would call that a technical, but I would say that is a fundamental structural part of the U.S. economic backdrop right now. And along with that, we're running higher inflation. And you were just talking about this earlier. If we're running inflation that's above 4% still by a lot of measures, it's not that surprising to see Treasury yields above 4%. You need that yield just to be compensated for the inflation that we're running.
Do you think dysfunction in Washington helps the Fed's cause?
I would not say that it helps the Fed's cause. I don't know if it helps anyone's cause right now. You know, the developments, it does raise questions about, you know, whether we're going to be in another shutdown November 17th. And you saw markets that were trading that. You saw markets that priced out some of the probability of a Fed hike in November. I think what the Fed wants here is for the government to stay open, which would allow them to respond to the economic data and not what's going on in D.C.
That is a fantastic answer. Well played. Very diplomatic. You use my favorite phrase in the whole of global finance from policymakers. We're watching this.
That's right.
And we often ask on this program, what does that mean? What on earth does that mean if they say we're watching this?
It means they have a Bloomberg.
He's going to be like,
Seriously? Andrew, stick around. We're going to get a final word from you in a moment. Mike McKee, I know you're staying close as well. You've had a second look at the data going into Friday. What do you see?
Well, of course, we compare ADP to the private sector job creation numbers because ADP doesn't do government. And if you look at what is expected on Friday, the private payrolls is expected to come in at 155. Not a whole lot of strength. That's down from 179 the month before. So ADP has got maybe the direction economists are thinking right, but they are still significantly below that level. So it will be interesting to put those together with government, since government is now still open, and see what we get for a total. Market participants seem to be saying that if we get a real outlying number, that could have an effect on what's been going on with treasuries, and we haven't had an outlier in quite some time.
Andrew, just a final thought here. Is there an incoherence between the JOLTS data that we got yesterday, the ISM manufacturing read that we got, the fact that in general things have been coming in hotter than expected, and even just the direction of these ADP figures?
I think especially seeing that manufacturing was down in these ADP figures is surprising. We've seen those manufacturing PMI ISMs bottom, moving up. Looks like they're going to move up through 50, and we're going to be expanding in the manufacturing sector. So I don't think that negative payroll growth for manufacturing really makes sense with where we are in the economy.
I look, Andrew, you got to go back. You got to write an 8-page paper with your team, a guesstimate forward. And the heart of the matter is the vector of inflation. I mean, within the dual mandate. Do you agree that we've seen 3-month annualized disinflation? And can you state that we've got a generalized vector that is disinflation?
I can't state that. I wish I could state that, but I can't state that. I think what we've seen is a soft patch in inflation. You had a lot of special factors that came together, auto prices moving down, airfares moving down. Some of those factors are going to go the other direction, and we have a tight labor market.
This is a key insight, John. This is the arch debate on surveillance right now.
240 on Friday still.
Still at 240 on Friday.
Unemployment at 3.6.
3.6 unemployment.
Where's wages?
Wages, we think 0.3%. And that's a big question. Ultimately, it does come back to wages. Do we see wages that are slowing down? Or we have them 0.3% month on month. That's kind of holding steady.
How much weight would you put on job openings? Here's so many complaints about that data.
It is not the most high fidelity reading that we have on the job market at all. So, I'm watching the whole mosaic of jobs figures. And if you look at the mosaic, I think it's all telling you it's a tight labor market.
Sounds like an audition for the FOMC, that, doesn't it? Andrew, stick around. Andrew Hollenhorst, the city, is going to stick with us. In the next hour on Bloomberg TV, Brian Levitt of Invesco is going to be joining us. Jim Bianco of Bianco Research to weigh in on what's developing in this bond market and some reaction to the price action as well from Mandy Su. SIBO. Looking forward to all of those conversations in the next 60 minutes or so, next 90 minutes on Bloomberg TV and Bloomberg Radio. Bramo, big turnaround of the bond market then. Yields lower now by 3 basis points. They were much, much higher earlier on today.
Yeah, but they were much lower yesterday when we started the day, and it really depends on what we get from ISM services data that comes out at 10 a.m. It is interesting, though, this stability. Does it lead to more buying because it gives people some confidence that they're not catching a falling knife? There's sort of a psychological aspect to this that we heard from Ian Lingen, who called 10-year treasuries a screaming buy, now doesn't like them because of what's going on, just simply because he thinks that he has a better entry point.
Wasn't that a month ago?
Yeah, that was a month ago.
Buy.
Screaming buy.
I just did a great function, John, the trading envelope in the Bloomberg. We've had a dramatic pullback in yield in the 10-year yield. Guess what? We're still out at 1.9 standard deviations move. It's just a little bit of a move there.
It's quite a move.
It's just a non-move.
Downside surprise on the ADP report, 89,000, the estimate 150. From New York City this morning, good morning. Stocks are higher.
YouTube on September 19th, the day after I disabled the ability for anyone to do that. So turning that off apparently didn't do anything. But see, these are the only two areas of spikes in the last, I don't know, was that 49 days? Yeah. So since the beginning of August. And guess what? Right after each one of those spikes, that's when I got the invalid traffic label. And I've only gotten it twice, and it was right after those. So why is that? What's going on with that? Why, by the way, is my video being served as an ad by someone considered invalid traffic? Because it seems like YouTube's getting paid for the ads that are being served with my video in them for some reason. Who knows what videos the ads were served on? You know, I'm able to see what videos of mine appeared in the ads, but after people clicked skip ad, what were they watching? I don't know. But I looked around and saw some of the videos that were being used. You have to go through each video one by one. I couldn't find a way to figure out in YouTube Analytics, the advanced mode, exactly which ones, you know, had YouTube advertising unless you look at them one by one. But anyway, why is this happening? Why? Is that a coincidence that I received the invalid traffic label right after each one of these two spikes? I don't think so, right? Because that's a little too perfect. And so what am I supposed to do if I disabled the ability for people to use my videos in YouTube skippable ads and unskippable, I'm assuming too. If I disable the ability for people to use my videos in ads and they're still doing it the next day, does it take a few days to take effect? Does it not work? What is going on with that? And meanwhile, of course, I contacted YouTube creator support. And, you know, they aren't given the resources they need to be able to handle this problem. I don't know, are they a third-party company that is acting on behalf of YouTube? I get the feeling that might be true. If I'm wrong about that, that doesn't invalidate all the other stuff I'm saying, but that's just a hunch that I have. Anyway, so about that, I noticed whenever I talked to them today, I said, you know, they said something about how, you know, AdSense publishers are ultimately responsible for the traffic on their ads. For this reason, it's critical that you diligently monitor your ad traffic to ensure your account is compliant with our policies and not accruing invalid traffic. And so I said, what are you talking about? What? I'm supposed to look at and identify each individual user who views my videos and figure out who they are and whether or not they are a real person or a bot? And their answer, this is word for word, yes. AdSense publishers are ultimately responsible for the traffic on their ads. They said yes to the question of, I am supposed to look at and identify each individual user who views my videos and figure out who they are and whether or not they are a real person or a bot. That's insane, obviously. And I think there's something going on. I don't think YouTube is able to discuss everything going on with the invalid traffic issue for certain reasons that we don't know. Because there's some stuff going on here that they aren't able to explain, apparently, and that includes the company and any announcements or anything. I haven't seen anything official other than some support articles that point the finger of blame in the direction of creators. Meanwhile, YouTube's probably going to go on the stage, you know, at their annual convention and say they value creators. Well, like I said in my previous video, walk the walk. Don't just talk the talk, walk the walk, and show us you care, and show us that you can help us with this, and figure out why my videos are still appearing in YouTube advertising. Someone's using, I guess, in AdWords, some of my videos the day after I disabled the ability for people to be able to do that. Because what am I supposed to do if your little checkbox doesn't work, right? And some of you might be like, well, why are you making a video? Why are you talking to the camera and you're posting this on YouTube? Isn't that ironic? Whenever you go through all the available support channels and you ask as many questions as you can, you ask to be, you know, given to a superior, can I talk to your boss, or can I go up a level in support and talk to someone who can actually help me? And you go to YouTube and the people on YouTube also don't respond to you. What, am I supposed to write a letter like it's the Civil War? Oh, dearest @YouTube liaison, the battlefield grows cold. The winter comes. I think about you okay, you know, whatever. Yeah, I'm trying to add a little comedy to this moment that's very frustrating. So YouTube liaison, if you're watching, I hope that you got a little bit of a chuckle out of that, okay? Because I know that you are limited into what you can do, and that you aren't going to like storm into the CEO's office and say, something needs to be done here. I get it. You know, you're trying to do your thing too. So, but also, please help, right? Please help, because, you know, you saw those two spikes in views based upon YouTube advertising. Someone's doing that to my channel. I disabled the checkbox. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I don't understand what else, like, you know, I know that at a certain point in the future, let's say a year from now, do I think things are still going to be the same and that my numbers are still going to be flat and that all hope will still be lost? Probably not. But why do I have to wait? Let's just throw out numbers. 5 more weeks, 4 more months. I don't know, however long it's going to be. Why do we, like, can someone manually review? There are only a handful of people who are really voicing their concerns about this, and why YouTube can't go and do manual review of these people's accounts to see what's going on and do their due diligence to help creators. I know they got to please advertisers, but like, it doesn't mean to kick creators to the curb because you couldn't create technology that could properly assess the issues that are happening here. Like, come on. We spend so many hours away from family members and friends to make the videos that we make, to make the content that we make. I make videos that help bust scams and help people avoid scams. Some of the videos, you know, are a little humorous or whatever, but most of them, if you scroll down, look at them, most of them are meant to be helpful and educational. And they are boring, but people gain. I've seen thousands of comments in just the last year alone with people telling me, "Oh, you saved me. Thank you. You helped me. I almost got scammed." Like, things just, and now I'm getting penalized. Like, come on. Like, what's going on? Anyway, I'm not going to stop making these scam busting videos anytime soon. Sorry, scammers. But, you know, I would like to get this issue resolved. So that's what this is. Thanks for watching. I don't know, hit subscribe or like and all that other stuff we always say. Like, subscribe, hit the thanks button, blah, blah, blah. Bye.
Meet Kiana, Shiori, and Karthik, just a few merchants from around the globe who have switched to Shopify, the leading e-commerce platform. Why'd they make the switch? Because Shopify makes it easier to run your online store. Sell everywhere your customers shop, reach new audiences, and manage everything all from one place. From Germany to Japan, see why millions of merchants
Next lady, because she's still #1, she's still top of the pops, and she's still 2 years older than my mum. Rock on, Cher. See ya. Next lady, because she's still #1, she's still top of the pops, and she's still 2 years older than my mum. Rock on, Cher. See ya. Next lady, because she's still #1, she's still top of the pops, and she's still 2 years older than my mum. Rock on, Cher. See ya.
Go.
Down goes Kevin McCarthy. Down goes Kevin McCarthy. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Go.
Down goes Kevin McCarthy. Down goes Kevin McCarthy. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Kind of.
Did we though? Did we?
We didn't really get him. Matt Gaetz kind of got him. Let's tell you all about it.
Well, why don't we start with this?
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has been ousted by members of his own party. This followed the decision by Republican Representative Matt Gaetz to file a motion to remove McCarthy from the speakership. Now, the ability to move the speaker used to be far more difficult back in the day. You would need the majority of House members to vote on whether they should proceed with a vote to remove the speaker. But in this case, all it took was one member of Congress to file a motion to remove McCarthy. In this case, it was Matt Gaetz, and that was a concession that the House Freedom Caucus, the more far-right portion of the Republican Party, had received from McCarthy in favor of essentially voting in favor of the debt ceiling bill several months ago. Now, the final vote was 216 to 210, and it does strip McCarthy of his speakership role, and it's been reported that 8 House Republicans voted to oust him. So there you have it. Now, if you're wondering, well, what does this mean? Is there a speaker who's in charge now? Well, we're gonna get to that in a moment, but I do think it's important to also name names of the Republicans who voted to oust him, include Ken Buck, Andy Biggs, Tim Burchett, and also Eli Crane, Bob Good, Nancy Mace, and Matt Rosendale. Now, Republican Congressman from North Carolina, Patrick McHenry, gavelled the House into recess. And honestly, he seemed pretty upset about it. Let's watch the video and then I'll explain why.
Pursuant to Clause 8B3 of Rule 1, I'll now act as Speaker pro tem. The chair will inform the members of the House the following. The office of the Speaker was rendered vacant pursuant to the adoption of House Resolution 757. In the opinion of the chair, prior to proceeding to the election of a Speaker, it would be prudent to first recess for the relative caucus and conferences to meet and discuss the path forward. Accordingly, pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
He seemed.
Are you an independent adjuster? What if I told you there's an app that you may already be using that will allow you to get on deployments?
He seemed pretty salty when he was banging that gavel. And I think the reason why is because he did not want to oust McCarthy. He was not one of the Republicans who voted in favor of it. And now that McCarthy has been voted out, he will serve, McHenry will serve as the Speaker pro tem until a new speaker is decided on. Now, a few names have been floating around. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, Cenk, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. So first of all, I'm a little bit surprised Ken Buck's on that list. He's trying to get a job on CNN, trying to seem reasonable these days. So I don't know what happened. It's a topsy-turvy world. Nancy Mace is on the list. Nancy Mace is supposed to be one of the moderates in the Republican Party, which, by the way, this is a fun little super side story. But when I was just in DC a couple of days ago, I ran into Nancy Mace at the airport. And she said, "Young Turks, right?" And I said, "Yeah." She said, "You guys crap all over me, but it's fun." Okay, and I agree, it's fun. This is also fun. I don't know why she partook in this fun, okay, but she did. Now, the most important thing for me is what can we get out of it, right? So, like, people think like, okay, well, McCarthy's gone now because this seat is vacant, he lost it, it's over. It's not over. You think it's over? They need a speaker at some point. So yes, they could replace him with someone else, which we're gonna get to, or they could just go back to McCarthy. And are they gonna get these guys to bend? Maybe they will, maybe they'll offer them a couple of goodies and it'll be, it'll do the job. Or he might need Democratic votes. If he needs Democratic votes, then I have a plan. We'll talk about that plan in a minute.
Well, it's fascinating that you mentioned that because Democrats were united in not helping McCarthy out. But first I want to answer your question about Nancy Mace. So Nancy Mace spoke to reporters following the vote, and she said that she felt compelled to vote against Kevin McCarthy because he has not kept his promises. So that is her retaliation for promises that have not been kept.
Interesting, so yes. She kind of maced them.
She maced him. She definitely maced him. And, and if she does enjoy watching the show, especially as we bash her, rightfully so, for her bad behavior, she's gonna love this show even more. Keep watching. We're gonna keep doing it.
All right.
And then we give her credit when credit's due.
That's what we do. That's what we do. It's not personal.
Exactly.
Okay, so look, now the Democrats are saying, well, if he wants our votes, so the first set of feelers have gone out, right? And I saw a list of demands and they sucked. They were like, hey, we want more earmarks. That's pork barrel projects in their districts. Okay, and they said, we want our committee members to have more power. Oh, so this is all about you. Like, no, I'm not interested in any of that. That's totally useless to the American people. You can say, oh no, but my constituents are going to be helped by the new post office or whatever. Okay, congrats. Okay, but that has nothing to do with the rest of us. So what we really need is at least one progressive priority. And I talked to Representative Ro Khanna about this when I was in DC. We had an interview and he said, yeah, that makes perfect sense. We should ask for a couple of progressive priorities. And by the way, they're not just progressive, they're Democratic priorities. By the way, they're not just Democratic priorities, they're American priorities. You know the one I'm gonna say, paid family leave, polls at 84%, 74% of Republicans want it. All we want is a vote. They'll think we're gonna lose the vote anyway, but we can win the vote, right? Asking for a vote on that is the bare minimum. Will the Democrats do the bare minimum? No way. My guess is that they will go hoard more power for themselves and not ask for a single concession on a single bill. But that doesn't mean we should give up hope. In fact, I believe in Operation Hope, which we've launched here, where you guys can go to tyt.com and figure out how to pressure the Democrats to actually ask for something. So then we can figure out how to pressure the Republicans to actually pass the piece of legislation. But this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity. They might need our votes. Otherwise, they would never need our votes, and we can't get anything done in these 2 years.
Okay, so I'm gonna go on a kind of a lengthy spiel. Just let me get through it, and then you can comment. So Democrats did consider helping McCarthy out in return for some concessions. I agree with you that the concessions that they were considering were weak sauce, to say the least, but that is what I personally have come to expect from the Democratic Party. Over the weekend, I got into a rather drunken debate on a girls' trip with women that I had met for the first time, who were, the typical people who like to provide cover for weak sauce Democrats. And I kept repeating over and over again, the left has no imagination. The left has no imagination. And it's because it's true, right? Like, you have Republicans who, for better or worse, shoot for the sky when it comes to their demands. A lot of them are nonsensical, but they try anyway. You don't see that with Democrats. But in the end, Democrats were united in not supporting Kevin McCarthy or even reaching out to him for concessions because of the fact that over the weekend, he went on network news and he blamed Democrats for getting us super close to a government shutdown. So he wanted to put the blame on the Democratic Party when we all know that's not what actually happened, when we all know that it was the House Freedom Caucus, the more conservative Republicans in the House caucus who were basically wanting to force a government shutdown. That is what, they're mad at Kevin McCarthy because of the fact that we are not experiencing a government shutdown today. Okay, so that's really the situation here. But on top of that, they were concerned about what this would appear or how this would appear to their constituents, considering the fact that McCarthy is in fact a Trump loyalist who has provided cover for Trump's behavior, which incited the chaos and the rioting on January 6th. So look, I think that if Democrats were able to shoot for the stars and if they were able to get a concession that their constituents would find favorable, maybe they could spin this as a win if they helped McCarthy out. But A, they have to think of the concession, they have to think of something good. B, they have to fight for that concession. I don't ever see that happening. And C, they have to do a decent job marketing that they helped McCarthy out in return for that concession. That's a lot of work for Democrats, something that they're either incredibly rusty at or have never even tried, depending on which member we're talking about.
Yeah, if you're new to progressive politics and then you'll be used to mainstream media telling you there's nothing the Democrats could ever do, right? So, and then you always have to accept surrender and you always have to accept nothing. And you have to say, oh, but it's what the other guys are worse. Look, this thing that I'm calling Operation Hope, where we actually try to work together on tyt.com and try to force pressure from the outside to get something done. The core of it is get caught trying. It's not that hard to just try something, anything. And Democrats are forever telling us, no, we can't even try. No, don't try to beat Biden. No, just let him lose to Trump. He's down 13 points from where he was when he beat him. It's okay, just lose. Don't try. You get a concession from McCarthy, don't try. Just give me a little bit more power, good enough, don't try. Try to pass paid family leave, higher minimum wage, don't try. I'm sick of it. We're all sick of it. And it's not just progressives. All Democratic voters are sick of it. Stop being brainwashed by mainstream media telling you not to try. Get caught trying, okay? So this is a perfect opportunity. Everybody's like, oh my God, look at the Republicans, they're such a mess. Okay, and then what? Okay, so what? So they're like, oh, don't vote with the Republicans to put a Republican in the speakership. Well, what are we gonna get, a Democrat? I mean, I would try it, by the way. I'd try that too. I'd go to the Freedom Caucus. It's a very low probability event, but I say, what do you guys want most? You want votes on single issue bills? Okay, make a Democrat the Speaker of the House, and I'll get you votes on single issues. So what? Well, we can do that compromise, right? That's the thing you want most. Let's do it. Now, it's not gonna work, but it would be amazing to try, and it's got a 10% chance to work. Oh, they never even think about it, right? Okay, then go to the more realistic opportunity. Okay, you guys, either you're gonna make concessions to the right wing, or you're gonna make concessions to us. Make concessions to us, right? But there, guys, you will see with your own eyes if you're new to this. Hakeem Jeffries will try nothing except to accrue a little bit more power for himself and Democratic leaders. And at the end of the day, they'll have another Republican just like either McCarthy or just like McCarthy come back in by making more ridiculous concessions to the right. They'll do the more drama about the shutdown, and you guys will get absolutely nothing out of it.
So to your point, I'm going to read an excerpt from the Times, and they're reporting on why Democrats decided to do what they did. Democrats had wrestled with whether to help McCarthy survive or at least to stay out of the effort to oust him. But in a closed-door meeting on Tuesday morning, Representative Hakeem Jeffries of New York, the minority leader, instructed fellow Democrats not to do so, citing Republicans' unwillingness to break from MAGA extremism. But let me also be clear. I mean, whoever they choose to replace McCarthy, I believe is likely to be even more extreme than McCarthy was in terms of providing cover for MAGA extremism within the Republican Party.
Yeah, there is no Republican that's gonna come out and go, oh no, you guys were right, Trump's a bad guy. Is that, I mean, please don't tell me that's what you're waiting for. Not gonna happen, okay? It's either gonna be just as slavish devotion as McCarthy has, and licking Trump's right boot, or it's gonna be another guy who's even worse, licking Trump's left boot. It doesn't matter. They're not gonna turn on a guy who's got a 40-point lead in the Republican primaries. Just please understand politics, right?
And McCarthy just did he thought that he could straddle, right? Because there are so-called moderate Republicans in the House who do not like the House Freedom Caucus because they're running for re-election in swing districts, in purple districts. And so the extremism doesn't bode well for their chances at getting re-elected. So McCarthy had to try to appeal to them while also trying to appeal to the far right wing of the Republican Party. And the problem with that is you can't really straddle the two. And so he tried to push back as much as he could when it came to the government funding bill. But then remember, he also conceded on their demands to open an impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden without a shred of evidence of Biden engaging in any wrongdoing or criminality.
Yeah, I want to be super clear. There are no good guys here.
Right.
You make the best of a bad situation. First of all of Washington is toxic, right? So then Kevin McCarthy not only devoted to Trump, impeaching Biden for no reason because the right wing put pressure on him. And then it was never good enough for the right wing anyway. For the right wing, they want to defund the entire Department of Justice, have complete lawlessness, have the right wing Gestapo run the whole place, right? And if you don't give them the Gestapo, they're not going to say yes, right? So like sometimes I get the sense from the establishment that they think like, oh, there are cooler heads here and moderate Republicans will prevail. But who are the moderate Republicans? Even if you found the most moderate Republican there is in the House, it's still a person who's a corporatist, who believes that you should give everything to their donors, right? I mean, so it's not like there are any good guys at all, right? So they've never proposed anything that helps the American people. The only thing they ever propose is build a wall, we would keep the Mexicans out, and tax us for the rich, tax us for the rich. So that's it, there is no good options. The only question is, what can we get in return for somehow keeping the government going? And so just look out for our voters in this mess instead of going ha ha to the Republicans, which doesn't really do you any good. You're never gonna get anyone good to be their leader. So stop waiting or dreaming for that. It's not gonna happen.
Olivia Beavers on X, formerly known as Twitter, says that there is a group of House Republicans huddled and praying on the House floor. Representative Ann Wagner appears to be crying. So Republicans are having a tough go at things in the House. But to your point, Cenk, in regard to the most moderate Republicans in the House, I mean, Nancy Mace is considered a moderate Republican and is in fact running for re-election in a purple district, which is part of the reason why, you know, after the reversal of Roe became a reality in America, she went on a press tour speaking out against the decimation of reproductive rights in America. Now, does she genuinely care about reproductive rights, or is she doing it specifically to appear moderate and increase her chances at re-election? Honestly, with politicians these days, I go toward the more cynical route. I think that it's to appear moderate. But at the end of the day, they're going to always provide cover for the most extreme elements of their party. And that's exactly what Nancy Mace did today by voting to oust Kevin McCarthy for, I guess, not providing enough cover for MAGA Republicans and for not keeping his promises. Although that is such a vague thing to say, what exactly did McCarthy do that you're so unhappy with that you think another member of your party could handle better than McCarthy?
Yeah, he must have screwed her over on a backroom deal, because otherwise it doesn't make sense what she's doing. And he must have promised her something and then lied, which is Kevin McCarthy 101. He lies to everyone. He lied to Biden. So, oh, we got a deal, don't worry, we're not gonna question shutting the government down. And then what's the first thing he did? He questioned shutting the government down. So he always lies. I mean, is this a surprise as politicians? But I wanna give last word to one of our members. I love our members. They're so smart. And we do that. I like doing the show with them and putting our comments, their comments in. This is a YouTube member, Benjamin Gilbert Liff. He said, we should find a Republican and vote for them in exchange for a standalone child tax credit bill. See, that's two good ideas. See, that's why I'm starting Operation Hope, because you guys have as good ideas as anyone does, okay? So number one, yes, that's a great idea. Why don't we say, okay, we're willing to work with that Republican, but not that one, okay? If you want our votes. And so they'll chafe at that. They'll be like, oh, the Democrats aren't gonna pick our leader, but already you've got them backpedaling. And already if they want their guy, they're gonna have to make an extra concession to you, right? And the child tax credit bill is incredibly popular, just as popular as paid family leave is. And it's super popular in places like West Virginia, in the South, etc. It's a great idea, Benjamin, okay? And so, will anyone in Washington have any idea halfway as good as one of our members on the Young Turks?
Probably not.
Probably not, but keep them coming, I love it. And by the way, if you want to be a member, you hit the join button below the video on YouTube or tyt.com/join. Look, guys, no matter what anybody in Washington does, we're going to fight forward and we're going to fight together and we're going to try to get to a better place.
Thanks for watching the video, guys. We also love it if you hit the join button below, because that makes you a member. And members allow us to be independent, honest. We can be as progressive as we want, no corporate media influence, and that's all because of you guys. We love doing the show with our members. Hit the join button, become one of the Young Turks.
The claim that Michael Lewis makes is that he thinks that Sam lost his way, but fundamentally he was more or less the same guy. Like, he never really believed in crypto. He always saw crypto as instrumental. And that, I think everybody who's ever met Sam agrees with, is that Sam was not a true believer. He didn't really care that much about the industry. He saw it as an opportunity to make money. But it wasn't because he just, he loves cars or private jets or whatever.
Not a dividend. It's a tale of two clans.
Now your losses are on someone else's balance sheet.
Generally speaking, airdrops are kind of pointless anyways.
Unnamed trading firms who are very involved.
I like that ETH is the ultimate Ponzi.
DeFi protocols are the antidote to this problem.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Chopping Block. Every couple weeks, the four of us get together and give the industry insider's perspective on the crypto topics of the day. So quick intros. First, we got Tom, the DeFi maven and master of memes. Next, we've got Robert, the crypto connoisseur and czar of Superstate. Then we've got Tarun, the Giga Brain and Grand Poobah at Gauntlet. And finally, I'm Hasib, the head hype man at Dragonfly. So we are early stage investors in crypto, but I want to caveat that nothing we say here is investment advice, legal advice, or even life advice. Please see choppingblock.xyz for more disclosures. Okay, so just for context for everybody listening, we are recording this on Monday morning, US time. The news by the time this drops, I'm certain is going to be 100% about the FTX Sam Bankman-Fried trial. So I believe the trial starts on Tuesday. So by the time this goes out, I think it's going to go out Wednesday morning. And so we're televising this from the past, basically.
At the end, we should make our predictions, and then our listeners can listen to whether we're horribly wrong or not about what will happen.
Okay, all right. We'll end the show with some predictions about how the trial is going to play out. I mean, that's the trial is going to take multiple weeks, so we'll have plenty of time to do the play-by-play as the trial is actually playing out. But in the lead up to the trial, all eyes have been on Michael Lewis. So Michael Lewis, very famous finance writer. He was the author of the Flash Boys book, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. And so long story short, he was kind of embedded with Sam Bankman-Fried for something about a year and a half since 2021, before FTX collapsed. Basically, more or less lived with him in the Bahamas and was writing a book. Didn't know what the book was going to be about, and he's dropping the book tomorrow. So the day the trial begins, Michael Lewis's book is going to drop. It's called, what is it called? Finding Infinity or something? So I don't know, something like that. And he appeared on 60 Minutes to give something of a preview of what the book is going to be about and his perspective on Sam Bankman-Fried. And this interview has got the entire internet in a tizzy. I watched the entire interview. The first thing I'll say about 60 Minutes is it's really weird that 60 Minutes is not 60 minutes long. Like if you watch it, it's like 27 minutes long, which is like, there are so many commercials on TV.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
There are multiple stories within an episode. So in aggregate, it's 60 minutes long. But you're right that the content's only like 40 minutes.
I didn't realize it wasn't the only story. Okay.
You ever seen
it's like 40 minutes of... I do not watch 60 Minutes except at very, very brief snippets when something important is on.
To be fair, the ads definitely make it less than 60 minutes, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, I watched it on 2X. It was 13 minutes for whatever the period of that 60 Minutes was. So there were a few snippets from the 60 Minutes story that got the internet really excited. One of them was this anecdote that apparently near the end of the FTX, right before FTX collapsed, Sam Bankman-Fried, in part of his effective altruistic mindset and thinking about ways to ameliorate risk in the world, he believed that one of the biggest risks in the world was Donald Trump. And he knew that Donald Trump was going to be running in the next election. And so he contemplated paying Trump not to run in the upcoming election. And so apparently the word of this got to Trump. Trump named a price, which was $5 billion. And SBF, at the time that FTX collapsed, apparently SBF was trying to figure out the legality of paying Trump not to run in the 2024 election. But then FTX collapsed and this never happened. Kind of an insane story. I don't know what you guys think of this. Obviously, there's no way he had the liquidity to be able to pay $5 billion in cash to Donald Trump. So this feels like kind of a harebrained story.
Well, Alameda had the customer liquidity, and I feel like at a certain point, when they were doing the math, they did have access to $5 billion. I mean, there was also other stories where he was trying to invest multiple $billion in Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter. Like when these multi-billion-dollar opportunities came up, I assume they looked at the metaphorical piggy bank, saw that there was high single-digit, low double-digit billions of dollars available, and thought, well, what are the craziest things possible with this? It's not the first time there's stories of him using multiple billions of dollars potentially on something. So I believe it. I believe he probably tried. I'm sure that's not legal. Maybe it is. I doubt it.
I can't see why that wouldn't be illegal.
Not to rib Hasib like I did at that time, but you know who was doing all of these deals of trying to pay billions of dollars for both Twitter and Trump was McCaskill. So apparently the book describes the McCaskill piece as like the interlocutor for all of these kind of ideas.
For the
So
Trump thing.
Apparently he was the one who came up with the idea.
Okay, but there's no way Will McCaskill could get to Donald Trump. That sounds like an implausible.
Sure. But the idea that he's like the Geppetto in the background to me is like the most funny part. Kind of even more embarrassing for EA in the long run.
You know, to be honest, like if it really does cost $5 billion to get Trump not to run, right? If that is real, if he really was like, look, raise my price and I will not run in the next election, that actually doesn't seem like that much money for how much weighs on a U.S. election. Like if you just imagine the aggregate of all the corporate interests, like if that's really a thing, if Trump is like, I will not run in the next election if the entirety of the U.S. can raise $5 billion, I feel like that actually seems like way too low of a price for the aggregate willingness to pay, you know, on the other side of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I should have just crowdsourced it. You know, I'm sure if you set up like a GoFundMe, in aggregate, the U.S. populace could probably scrounge up $5 billion to pay for Trump. But this also would have been, I think, unfortunately, a missed opportunity for a very funny timeline where he does get the $5 billion, pays Trump, Trump announces that he's not going to run, and then it's clawed back in the FTX estate integrity, and he announces he actually is going to run, which would have been good. But
I feel like there's no enforcement for this type of hey, I'll pay you, don't run type of thing, other than like, I'll only pay
Wouldn't
you half
Trump
of it
just
after,
run anyway? I mean, it's Donald Trump, right? Like he's just going to be like, oh, I took the money, screw you. Like, what are you going to sue me for $5 billion because you try to pay me off to not run an election? That would be the most interesting timeline.
Just to put this in perspective from a quantitative background, in 2019 to 2020, across all candidates, according to my Googling, a total of $4.1 billion was raised and spent for across all candidates for the entire cycle, you know, primaries in general. And so, you know, when you say, could America crowdfund $5 billion for one specific candidate? Well, in some sense, they fundraised about half of that for, you know, the competing candidate. I don't know if America could come up with $5 billion. It would make it like astoundingly expensive compared to prior elections.
Other governments could fund this. I also think other governments like airdropping U.S. citizens to donate is like,
that is very true. China would instantly come up with $5 billion just to get Trump not to you know, accelerate a trade war.
I just looked up the North Korean GDP. $5 billion is only 33% of their GDP. So theoretically, if they were really,
I don't think North Korea would want to do that. North Korea loves Trump, don't they?
Yeah,
Trump has been very friendly. Yeah, he's like their best friend.
Yeah.
But no. So I think what the difference, though, Robert, is that when you are funding a candidate to go against another candidate, it's a random process, right? You might win, you might lose. You don't really know what the outcome is going to be. If somebody says, pay me $5 billion and I will definitely not run, that is such a different deal than funding a political candidate and having some probability of winning. There's a lot of study in political science of the effectiveness of money in politics. And the trope is that, oh, money is, you know, it's kind of, so you could buy anything in politics, like you just spend enough money. And the overwhelming consensus within this body of research that it's just not true, right? Like the efficacy of using money to buy politicians or to win races is actually quite low. And you can see this actually from all the candidates that SBF backed. SBF threw lots and lots of money into a lot of these like small congressional races, thinking that, okay, they were sort of uncontested. They had these EA-aligned candidates who they sort of handpicked to run in these less competitive states. And I think almost every single one of them lost, despite the fact that they outspent their opponents by a large margin. Same thing with like Michael Bloomberg, right? Michael Bloomberg's outspent almost every single Democratic candidate, got almost no votes. And so there's a large body of research that basically says it's surprisingly hard to turn money into political outcomes in the US. It's less true in other countries. But if somebody said, like, look, pay me $5 billion and like another candidate besides Trump will win, I think very quickly the money would get raised for that. Like you could probably just get a room of 10 people together who are sufficiently rich and they'd be like, yeah, fuck Trump. I will throw in, you know, $1 billion of my 50 billion to just avoid the next 4 years sucking.
Yes, but, you know, right now, absurdly rich people who would be able to raise $5 billion have the ability to donate $5 billion to a super PAC, which spends that much money to influence the outcome of the election. And, you know, if all candidates across the entire last cycle were 4.1 billion, I'm pretty sure 5 billion would be enough to move the needle to almost guarantee anyone
Yeah,
I don't think that's true.
I think it's more raising that is going to be difficult, right? Because it's like the connection between the funds to the outcome is kind of nebulous. I think actually there's some studies to suggest the causality is reversed, where it's like the most popular candidates are therefore able to raise the most money instead of the other way around. And so, you know, if everyone knew that you spend this amount of money, you get this sort of guaranteed outcome, I think that is like a pretty compelling product versus, you know, hey, maybe things will sort of turn out in your favor in an incrementally better way.
Maybe another question I'm curious about is like, has there ever been a country where this strategy has worked or like has been tried? And, you know, like what is the like win-loss record of this strategy? Because I bet you this has been tried somewhere for much less money.
I don't doubt it. Yeah, I'm sure in like very highly corrupt countries, you just pay off a political opponent, you just give them like some sinecure in some place, and you say, look, you know, you get to run this oil company over here, and you get to own this real estate company
Russia
over here.
Kind of, you could argue that
Right,
Russia,
exactly.
like Putin, probably.
I mean, the oligarchs
is the
basically
closest.
they like cut up the country and gave it to different people to prevent them from becoming political opponents. So if anything, that's like the hallmark of a corrupt
Well, maybe
country.
then that's why Trump loves this idea.
Well, we don't know if he did love this idea. All we know is SBF.
Well, supposedly this price came from him.
He said
Supposedly
the
this
price.
came from
He
Trump.
said the price.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, he set the price of $5 billion. It came back to SBF, and SBF was contemplating it. That's the story. Now again, we don't know how real that is, but that's the story.
Yeah, he might have thrown it out as a joke number, you know?
I mean, yeah, maybe. It's possible. It's possible. I mean, the problem again with Trump, though, is that, like, I think a large part of the reason why he wants the presidency is not for money. Obviously, he wants money. But I think a lot of it is really just all the criminal cases against him that he wants to, you know, if he can fend them off much more readily if he's president again. So that he doesn't get for $5 billion. So another story that Michael Lewis detailed in his book. So again, we don't have the book yet. It comes out tomorrow. But I heard him on another podcast where he talked about when everything was collapsing. So when the quote unquote bank run started, and the one thing I take a lot of issue with the way that Michael Lewis is talking about SBF. You can tell he's very sympathetic to Sam. So he keeps talking about it as a bank run, which like it's, you know, it was not a fucking bank run, right? Like it was a bank run in the sense that people were trying to get out, but an exchange is never supposed to have a bank run, right? Exchange is supposed to be fully collateralized. So bank runs only exist for under collateralized systems, which he somehow never quite gets that in his explanations of what happened with FTX. But anyway, when everything was collapsing, supposedly all of the lieutenants, like Nishad, Gary, Caroline, apparently everyone left to go to their parents' houses, which I thought was very weird. Where he was like, yeah, you know, this multi-billion-dollar company was collapsing, and instead of like going in and going through the books and trying to figure everything out, instead everyone went to their parents. And it's like, okay, there was never a clear moment when I realized this company was run by 20-somethings, because that was their immediate instinct is you know, go hang out with your mom and try to get her to explain to the cops what's happening. So any reactions to that?
My reaction is that Michael Lewis was swindled by SBF in some metaphorical sense. Like he believed the Kool-Aid, you know?
Yeah, so I actually talked to Michael Lewis for the book after like this year. And I got the vibe that it's just like he already wrote the book and he's not going to change most of it. And like he's going to add a section at the end, you know, maybe Sam since the collapse. I don't know. That was like the vibe I got, was that there's like, he's not really changing the book until the end. And like, my argument is that that strategy probably dictated the media strategy, which is why we got the outcome that we saw. It isn't necessarily an indicator of truth. It's more likely an indicator of a media strategy. So keep that's just my maybe somewhat cynical.
I think it's also true. Like when you're writing a book, you have to paint the central character as a complex figure. So if you just write a book that says he was a bad guy, he was lying the whole time, it's all, you know, genuine. He's a Chaucerian fraud. Everything was, you know, all set up in order to steal money. That's not an interesting book. You know, that's just like a, you know, detail of a serial murder or something. It's an interesting book if there's a conflict at the center of it about, you know, the genuine terror of wanting to improve the world versus this utilitarian kind of calculus that was, you know, that ran too close to the cliff edge. I believe that he believes it. You can tell from his interactions with the way he talks about SBF that he was genuinely dazzled by him, and he genuinely thought he was a really smart guy. And I think everybody who knew Sam knew that he was a really smart guy and that he was also very strange and unlike pretty much anybody you've ever met who has ever run a company. Like I know some people who are like Sam, but they don't run companies. That part of it was, there was another part where he mentioned that Sam said at one point that everybody over the age of 40 was obsolete. And that's part of the reason why he like kicked them out from all his companies. He ignored advice from lawyers. I mean, this is stuff that I think many of us have seen in our interactions with FTX, is the fact that everybody who worked there was like in their 20s, more or less.
I think the more details that come out about, some of the famous crypto criminals from the past, 2 years, like the less sympathetic they are. Like there's also the evidence that came out in the Terra trial. It was internal chat logs between Doe and I think Daniel or someone else at Terra. Talk about Doe basically intentionally creating fake transactions to simulate activity on the Terra network. And it's like, okay, it's very difficult to then buy the story that this was a deployed design scheme and Doe didn't know this was going to happen. And it's like, oh no, you actually knew this whole time. And similarly with FTX, like the more evidence that comes out, the more damning it is that this is simply fraud from the very beginning.
Well, so I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm gonna say that I think I think this is one place where Tarun and I seem to disagree, which is the question of the genuineness of Sam's intentions versus what he actually did. So very obviously at this point, what Sam did was very fraudulent. All this stuff about like the accounting backdoors and all the stuff that they did in order to obfuscate the fact that Alameda had privileged access in the exchange, and even when they claimed they didn't, and blah blah blah, all this stuff. So very clearly there was a lot of subterfuge and a lot of fraud taking place at FTX. The core question though is like, and this is it seems like to be the central conflict of the book is, were Sam's intentions genuine of wanting to be an effective altruist, wanting to improve the world, blah blah blah? It seems to me like it's hard to come away with the answer not being yes. I don't know, Tarun, if you still disagree with that. Because it seemed like when we did the show after the FTX collapse, you disagreed with it.
I definitely disagree with that. Just my personal interactions have always just was a generally extremely self-centered person who had very little to care about all of these causes, except that they were really good branding exercises for him. There are very little I've ever interacted with him where I actually think that he believed what he said if it wasn't just like optimizing his local utility function. And I just like, it's just, he was always like that. So it's like really hard. Just think about the linear versus logarithmic wealth debate he had with Dan Robinson. Do you remember this on Twitter?
I do. Yes.
I mean, there was just like insane amounts of.
Let me ask you, what do you think he was actually? What do you think his actual utility function was, as you put it? What do you think he really was optimizing for?
I mean, I think he just like likes fame and power and being rich, right? Like, I mean, the whole type of like, hey, I'm like this ascetic billionaire narrative has happened before. By the way, there have been multiple of these like, I'm a homeless billionaire and like I give away all my money type of things. I won't name the one that I'm thinking of because I've met him before and he's a nice guy. But he's much nicer than Sam, let's say. But he's a real ascetic billionaire. Yeah. He's a real ascetic billionaire, and so there's sort of this thing of like, I think he realized that was like a very clear way to differentiate himself in a market filled with sharks, like Justin Sun and CZ and people that, like they're extremely transparent in that dimension, right? Like their utility function is like make more money or have more volume or whatever, right? Almost so transparent that it can be viewed as gross to a certain type of people. But those certain type of people who also have a lot of money, they need a narrative to be wooed, to be swooned, to part with their capital. And his entire thing was about making that narrative, and that it was about trying to be like the Western institution friendly, but I'm still money grubbing type of person. And there's just like a general level of selfishness with him that I think was so palpable that it was like hard to square that with the other stuff he said. And then like, look, I feel like my first job was working with a billionaire who's spending all his money on doing science research. And all I have to say is like, I've seen people who actually give away their money, and I will tell you that there's no fucking way in hell Sam was close to that.
Robert, what's your take?
Yeah, my take is very simple. Like, there's no way that he had good intentions. when the core of his identity was a facade, right? Like he would go into as much publicity as he can saying that SBF drove a Toyota Corolla and that he was a vegan and that everything he was doing was about giving back money. None of this was true. He didn't drive a Corolla. He wasn't a vegan. He wasn't giving any money back.
Wait, I'm pretty sure he was a vegan.
No, he wasn't a vegan.
Was he not a vegan?
I thought all this information came out that he wasn't a vegan.
No, he's vegan. He's vegan.
Yeah, he's complaining about there being no vegan food in prison.
Yeah. Honestly, that is one thing. All my interactions with him in person have been consistent. He's always at least.
Okay, I've read information on the internet, and obviously you cannot trust the internet completely. But I've read information.
Technically,
on the
if you
internet.
only eat candy bars, that is technically vegan. So just FYI.
Okay, but there was people that were pointing out instances where he was like consuming non-vegan things. I'll find this for a future chopping block.
Okay, all right, great. Very important investigative journalism here on the chopping block.
I do think the Toyota Corolla thing is a great example, right? It's a meme perpetuated by the second in command. Was that guy's name Salame?
Ryan Salame.
It was a meme perpetuated by him. But then like they bought this private jet, which just came out because like actually the private jet lessor is like suing the FTX creditors, and the FTX creditors like, you have to give us the money back, and there's this big kerfuffle between them. And it's like he would always talk about like, oh, I have like humble behavior, but then like, you know, go buy private jet. It's not consistent, right? I thought the other thing that's funny is that the yacht that what's his name bought, Trabuco, was actually bought by the company. That came out in the same airline. All this there's a lawsuit about the transportation costs that came out like last week. I think probably just ahead of this trial, like it was like purposely dumped.
There was also a lot of stuff about the parents making a bunch of money, like getting millions of dollars getting on payroll. His dad was being paid $1 million a year. So there were a lot of instances of, you know, kind of people picking at the corporate treasury in different ways.
Yeah, the parents one is interesting because I do wonder if there is criminal liability for that, not just strictly civil.
I don't know. I mean, I hear what you guys are saying, and obviously I agree that there was a lot of bad actions, and there was a lot of willful, just kind of just sort of flagrant, you know, people just grabbing money out of FTX wherever they could. At the same time, it's hard to square. Like, look, if you wanted to just be Justin Sun, you can just be Justin Sun. Like, this is the one industry where you can just do that. Like, as Justin Sun shows very convincingly.
I don't think there can be 10 Justin Suns, and right. And so like if you're already starting after him,
I think there are 10 Justin Suns actually. I feel like there's a lot of Justin Sun types in this industry.
But if you're going for the opposite market, where you're not going for the Asian market, is quite different. I do think like you have to have.
But here's the problem with that story. Here's the problem with that story. So this is exactly one of the things also that Michael Lewis talks about. So in his interview, he says, here's a quote: "This isn't a Ponzi scheme. Like when you think of a Ponzi scheme, I don't know, Bernie Madoff, the problem is there's no business there. The dollar coming in is being used to pay a dollar out. In this case, they actually had a great real business. If no one ever cast aspersions of the business, if there hadn't been a run on customer deposits, they'd still be sitting there making tons of money, right?" Now, the reality is, and I think actually Michael Lewis, he mentions this in the interview, that FTX US was a total failure. FTX US had almost no deposits. It had very few users. They had almost no market share. And almost all the money he was spending on marketing was in the US market, right? Their biggest market was Korea. Second biggest market, I believe, was Singapore. Like their market share was almost entirely outside of the US. And so the idea that like, well, you know, like he was such a great cultural figure, and you know, it really resonated with people. Like people outside the U.S. didn't give a shit that he was a effective altruist or whatever. They just trade on FTX because it's just another crypto exchange.
How many U.S. funds invested in Binance?
I agree with you, but do you think the U.S. funds invested because he was an effective altruist? Right? I think they invested because he's like an MIT crazy grad thing, and the thing closed.
No, did you read that fucking Sequoia thing?
Yeah, but that's not why they invested.
Are you kidding me?
Come on. You think if he was not an effective altruist, they would not have invested in FTX?
I think if they didn't have a nice narrative to be like, crypto has changed. It's not always criminals and scallywags. Look, there's this guy who's doing something nice. It wouldn't have worked. It would not fucking work with the LPs. I really do think that is a truism.
You can argue over the magnitude, but directionally, I think it only helped.
Directionally, yes. Directionally, yes. I just think that it was not like Tarun kind of makes it sound like, he was sort of he was sitting in his lair, kind of playing with his fingers and being like, here's what I should do. I should pretend to be an effective
He's
altruist.
playing League
right?
of Legends.
He was
That's
doing
the
this.
layer.
Yes, he was doing this for 10 years. He was doing this since he was at Jane Street, before he had any LPs, before he had any capital. Clearly, the only sensible story is that it started from a place of very genuinely trying to perform effective altruism and continue to do it to the very end. Like he was talking about paying Trump $5 billion to not run. I mean, again, I don't know how real that was.
I think this idea that it can be genuine in the beginning and not genuine later is actually quite important for you to consider. Like it can flip, right? It can metastasize.
Yeah, look, I think I agree with you. It can metastasize, right? But did it flip in the sense that at a certain point he stopped trying to do what he originally set out to do, or that his means through which he was willing to do what he originally set out to do became more and more warped over time? I think those are two very different claims. And that is kind of the claim that Michael Lewis makes, is that he thinks that Sam lost his way, but fundamentally he was more or less the same guy. Like he never really believed in crypto. He always saw crypto as instrumental. And that I think everybody who's ever met Sam agrees with, is that Sam was not a true believer. He didn't really care that much about the industry. He saw it as an opportunity to make money. But it wasn't because he just, he loves cars or private jets or whatever. Like clearly he was motivated by all of the shit that he was doing. And you can argue that he was incredibly ineffective at doing it. Clearly he's done way more damage to effective altruism than any single person ever. And way more damage to every single one of the causes that he was trying to endorse. Probably gave more ammunition to Republicans than Democrats in retrospect. But I think it's hard to argue that that it was a facade.
I just think there's a difference between genuine intent at the beginning of an idea and continued following of that intent, or that intent got you to a place where you changed your direction. And in his case, it seems very clear that he got to a certain place because of that. And then at some point he realized leaning into it, but not really believing the doctrine was more valuable. Now, would you tell me that's still genuine intent? I don't think so. I actually think that means that you're sort of like, you're piggybacking off a movement that in a way that is like disingenuous to its actual ideals. And, that clearly that's been shown to be true at this point. But I think this idea that genuine is a static quantity, like I dictate I'm genuine 10 years ago and then I'm genuine forever, that's not really how this works, I feel.
Yeah, here's my read. Just looking at things that actually occurred, not trying to read into SBF's mind and like think about like, well, what did he want? In terms of things that actually occurred, he spent billions of dollars of money that didn't belong to him to pump up the SBF and FTX brand. Billions of dollars. How much money did he actually spend on altruistic things that weren't about pumping up SBF and FTX? How much did he actually spend on like really furthering the world, or like charity, or like genuinely good causes? Very, very little. And when I just look at the actual track record, yeah, sure. I bet even $5 billion to Trump was going to all be about the SBF, like Slade the Dragon marketing campaign if it ever happened, right? Like all of it was not altruism. All of it was selfish that I can see. And so like, even if he originally started off on this path of trying to do the most amount of good by making the most amount of money and giving it back, the track record doesn't say that. The track record says that he was just extremely selfish. And whether he started that way or not, I don't know. But like from an external perspective, I think SBF was not altruistic in his intentions at all.
That's fair. I definitely agree with you. When you tally it up, SBF did enormous damage to pretty much everything he touched.
Yeah, he was like the reverse Midas. I mean, like...
Well, that is just Midas, right? I think...
Wait. Some people... That's not true. All of these book authors are making a ton of money. In fact,
agreed. I just
bought this book, the Number Go Up book. I'm going to read it because I'm kind of curious.
Okay, good. Tom, why don't I give you the last word before we switch topics?
I'm just so tired of talking about SBF and effective altruism, and like this feels very much flashback from like 12 months ago, and I feel like there's more news out there in crypto these days.
There's not. We are going to be talking about this for the next fucking 2-3 weeks until this trial is over, dude. So get ready for it.
Let's take another flashback to our friend Suzu.
Oh, good. Yes. So, in other news of crypto villains, so Suzu was just arrested in Singapore. So he was in Changi Airport. I no idea why. One would assume that he probably would not want to show his face outside of Dubai, where I understand he's normally living. But he was picked up for contempt of court. So I think a lot of people were hoping that, oh my God, Suzu's been arrested. It's probably for being a bad person and crashing the market. But the reason why he was arrested and why he's serving 4 months in jail for contempt of court is because of his unresponsiveness in the bankruptcy proceedings. So basically, he's not picking up the phone and being cooperative, and that's why he is in jail. So presumably now he will be forced to cooperate with the liquidators. But as far as we know, there's not been any broader criminal charges that have been brought or alleged against Suzu. So not quite the resolution we wanted, but at this point now we do have the major crypto villains of the last cycle. SBF now under trial, Do Kwon also under arrest, awaiting his trial, and Suzu in jail. So,
What about Kyle and his chicken shop? Kyle Davies.
Chicken shop?
Wait, we talked about
chicken
this like
shop?
months ago. He was like speaking in code on the internet, and like nobody knew what he was like meaning, but he was talking about opening up a chicken shop as his next business, and everyone thought he was talking about laundering money.
But then he did actually open the chicken shop. He did actually open it.
Where?
Like a fried chicken restaurant in Dubai, I think.
I totally missed this.
Yeah,
I missed this completely. I don't think we talked about this on the show because I would remember this. Interesting. I did not know that he started a chicken shop. Well, if he does not leave Dubai, I'm sure that he will be able to run a great chicken shop in peace. So, but I would assume that both. I think in the press release about the arrest, they mentioned that they also wanted Kyle, and Kyle was still at large, or they could not determine his whereabouts, which I think means probably he's in Dubai.
They just have to show up to the chicken restaurant and look
Dubai
behind the
doesn't have
camera.
extradition treaties, so unfortunately, hard to get people out of here.
Hey, can I ask a quick question? If you guys made a movie with Suzu and SBF, who would you cast? Because I just watched Dumb Money, the movie where they like cast the guy from Parks and Recreation as Ken Griffin, and Ken Griffin got very mad and like wrote on the internet about how this guy doesn't look like him or whatever. But like, who do you think you would cast in these roles?
Jonah Hill for SBF.
Jonah
Make it a
Hill,
comedy.
yeah. Jonah Hill was the guy who played in The Social Network, right?
Wait, what?
No, Super.
No,
That was
who's the guy?
yeah.
What the fuck is
That
his
was
name?
Jesse Eisenberg.
Yeah.
Jesse Eisenberg. He's
Eisenberg.
probably too old now, right?
Probably.
Yeah, he's probably like in his late 30s. I mean, in Hollywood.
Jonah Hill also
they
lost a
can
bunch of
figure it
weight, so maybe not a good fit anymore.
out. Okay, true.
A good actor can manage their weight for the role.
Yeah, exactly.
Christian Bale.
Also, I feel like
Greatest
with
example
now
of that.
all the augmented crazy CG stuff, I'm sure that it doesn't even matter. Like you probably don't even.
I'm
need to
sure
put
the
on weight
writer's
for
strike doesn't allow
roles
you to
anymore.
do that, but maybe the next writer's strike that doesn't have AI writers will.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, at this point in crypto, ChatGPT can write the script. It'll probably make more sense than what actually happened.
But Suzu is an interesting character. How about the guy who was Ken in Barbie? I forget that guy's name.
Ryan Gosling.
You know what I'm talking about?
Ryan
No. Oh,
Gosling.
sorry. No. The
SBF?
Asian Ken.
Wait, Ryan Gosling for Suzu would be a very interesting casting choice. That would be bold. That would be bold, actually. That would be. I feel like that would be funded by Three Arrows. If he had Ryan Gosling play Suzu.
No, they would have Ryan Gosling play Kyle.
That actually does make sense because Kyle's a pretty handsome man. So I feel like that could work actually as a casting choice. Anyway, yeah. So I don't know. It does seem like we're now getting to the point. Okay, so let's take a step back. SBF trial is about to start. The entire world is going to be focused on this thing. Like it's already front page news. The trial hasn't even started yet. How do you feel about the fact that once again, the entire world is fixated on the SBF story? We're probably not going to see the end of this for like at least a couple weeks, and there's going to be more stuff after the trial. There's going to be sentencing. There's possibly more trials over some of the political donations. it does feel like maybe this is the last step before we finally get some closure on the 2022 kind of, series of terribles. Because we've got, Do Kwon, we've got Suzu kind of, I mean, not really, whatever, contempt of court. But now finally the SBF trial is coming. How do you guys think about that?
My assumption is this is not going to be the end. Even if he's guilty, he's going to appeal it. It's going to stretch on. I mean, do you remember what happened with Elizabeth Holmes? Like, that thing lasted for 7 years. I think SBF has the intention and the means to stretch it out. I feel like this is going to be a narrative for years, unfortunately. Like, I wish it was the end of this chapter, but having watched like other cases just stretch on like in perpetuity, I see no reason why he's not going to pursue that same path.
I do think if the FTX current creditors are able to successfully sue for damages from his parents, it'll be kind of interesting because the Elizabeth Holmes trial didn't have the like clawback aspect of like the company trying to claw back the funds used to fund the trial, whereas in this case that is actually true, and it'll be actually quite interesting to see how successful that is as a strategy.
Yeah.
That said, I mean, it seems kind of symbolic, right? Like relative to the amount of money missing, the parents probably have,
well, they
million,
still have to
20
pay
million.
their still have to pay
Yeah, but
their
it's being
legal
funded
bills,
by
right?
an outside party, I believe, right? I believe that was reported that there's some third party.
No,
person
that
who's
was
funding
just
the
I thought that was
trial
just the
expenses.
bail. I thought that was just bail.
Oh, that might be right. That might be right. I see.
So and he fucked that up, right? Like that bail money was useless because he went back to jail.
Yes, true. Yeah, you are definitely right, Robert, that this is going to continue and drag on for some time. It's not really the end. That said, I think the media attention will end once there's a guilty verdict. Like there will be. I mean, at this point, almost everybody expects that there will be a guilty verdict on at least some of the charges. There will be appeals and there will be other charges brought in, blah 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 blah. But like once you get the first guilty verdict, it's kind of like everyone sort of breathes a sigh of relief. Justice system has worked. Now there's a question of sentencing and blah 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 and whatnot. But more or less, the answer that everyone was waiting for arrives, which is that okay, he's going to serve some time in prison. And I think that was also kind of true of Elizabeth Holmes. Like I believe, even she started her prison sentence like within the last year, I think. But like the totality of the attention and the grip that it had on the nation ended way before that. And so I think that'll probably also be true of SBF. And I think crypto on the whole, I feel like the two big milestones are one, the SBF verdict, at least one guilty verdict that like, okay, there will be prison time, despite the other cases and the appeals and whatever. And then second is when people get paid back from FTX. So when you start seeing people getting their money back, whether it's 40 cents, 50 cents, 60 cents on the dollar, whatever it ends up being in the end, then people can finally move on, and say, okay, that was a bad story, crazy for those who lived through it, but now like there's just not that much more to talk about. And I feel like we kind of need that as an industry to be able to really move forward. I don't know, it's part of the healing process, I think.
I agree, but my prediction is not going to be the end of the FTX and SBF drama. I think there's going to be multiple movies. It's going to stay in the discourse long past the point where we are all bored to tears.
Yeah. Well, I really wish we didn't have to talk about the trial, but I think it's very likely we will, unfortunately. But we'll try to keep it relatively short.
Yeah, we should get a guest on to talk about the trial who like knows exactly how these things are.
No, dude, I don't want to get a guest on to talk about the trial. Like, I really don't want this show to be, every other friggin' show is going to be about the SBF trial. We should at least try to minimize the amount of SBF stuff we have on here. No doubt we'll have to talk about some, but I want to at least not make this the SBF show. He's already taken enough from us, man.
Yeah, it's true. He wrecked everybody's souls.
He wrecked all of our souls. Okay, so one more topic I want to talk about in the time that we have left. So there was a blog post that was dropped by Vitalik recently that's gotten a lot of people talking. And the subject of this blog post is protocol enshrinement. So protocol enshrinement is this idea where you have a lot of innovations taking place at the application layer. So people building things like liquid staking, people building things like private mempools or MEV auctions or different precompiles, ZKVMs, all this stuff. Much of the stuff that we invest in and we look at as investors and as thinkers in the crypto space. The question that he asked in this blog post is, when does it make sense to say, this thing is so important to what is happening in Ethereum and potentially even jeopardizes the neutrality of Ethereum to allow all this innovation to be happening in the application layer, that it makes sense to grab some of this stuff and pull it up into the protocol layer itself and so-called enshrine it into the protocol. So naturally, this has been done in the past with things like precompiles. So precompiles are when you have some piece of code that runs so often or is so useful generally that's very inefficient to do directly in the Ethereum virtual machine. And so instead you have basically this machine code that's highly optimized that runs this thing for you so that it's not as gas inefficient as it would be running it in the EVM. And the question is, are there more things that we should sort of quote unquote precompile or build directly into the base layer? A lot of this conversation has been triggered by Lido. So Lido, for those of you who don't know, is a liquid staking protocol. We are investors into Lido. They basically what they do is they allow you to tokenize your liquid staking stake and trade in and out of it, but you could just passively sit in it and get yield and sell it anytime you want to. So Lido has now risen to something like 30-ish% of total ETH staking deposits. Is that correct?
It's like 32, 33, something like that.
32, 33. And there's a lot of concern now that it is becoming one of the most dominant single players in the staking universe, and that perhaps there should be something done at the protocol layer to avert the dominance of Lido, because it could be a threat to protocol security. If there's a single proof of stake actor, single actor, even though the proponents of Lido would argue, well, Lido, it's a decentralized system. There are a bunch of different validators that are in the Lido network. So Lido looks like one big thing, but actually it's like 30 validators or something, whatever, some large number of professional validators that are part of the Lido network. And so when stake goes to Lido, it's actually split among all these different validators, and they would have to individually collude with each other. It's not like Lido is one big monolith. That's the pro argument. There's a lot of people on the anti side who say Lido is unsafe, and I think a lot of that is what triggered this discussion from Vitalik. So curious to get your guys' reactions to this enshrinement conversation, and if you feel in particular about Lido, because it seems to be driving a lot of this conversation, whether there should be something that takes place at the protocol layer to avert the dominance of Lido in staking.
Well, I think the first debate is the dominance a problem? And I think like within the community, there's obviously two very different views. And like, I think it's still too early to say that it necessarily is a problem, right? If it's a problem and a large enough portion of the Ethereum community, staking community, protocol developers, et cetera, think that it's a problem, then it's like move to step B. How do you potentially like take some of these pieces and move them into the Ethereum protocol? But like, I don't know. I think like it's almost more contentious to sort of resolve that like Lido's a problem because it's a successful application. Like just because it's successful does not make it, necessarily a problem.
Yeah, I think it was entirely predictable that there would be concentration and extremely positive, strong network effects around liquid staking ahead of time. So I'm kind of surprised this was not discussed. And I think the intention or the decision not to include liquid staking was intentional to avoid sort of the few validator concentration that you get with like DPoS. And so we're kind of just like bouncing around these different things where it's like we want. And now that even the FSI about there being too many validators and that potentially slowing consensus and slowing network. So it's like you can't have your cake and eat it too, where like you want a bunch of validators, but you don't want too many validators, and you want liquid staking, but you don't want there to be this third party dominant liquid staking provider. Like these are just sort of classic, I think, market dynamics playing out kind of as predicted. And I think to Vitalik's point in the blog post too, he talks about, well, if we did build something like this enshrined to the protocol, it would probably look like Rocket Pool, and so people can opt for that today if they want, but it's it would effectively just be placing something like that as like a primitive in Ethereum.
It's very clear one of the design goals of Ethereum Proof of Stake was that they really wanted to encourage sort of home stakers, people just running on their own commodity hardware, some staking stuff, so that the staking pool, or it's not staking pool, the validator set is as broad as possible and involves as much normal folks on commodity hardware. It's very clear that drove a lot of their decisions, such as, for example, to not allow delegation, as you mentioned, Tom. Delegation now is kind of a mainstay of a lot of proof of stake networks. Ethereum was like, no, we don't want that because we don't want to get this concentration of professional validators that normal users will just point their lasers at this great validator and they don't run anything themselves, and then you just get this concentration of validators. And so they were like, look, we're just going to make it hard. We're going to make it hard for users to delegate or to do something like delegation. And then hopefully that's going to create this ecosystem of home validators. And instead, what we see is that the market gives people what they want. And what people want is they want a passive way to get access to staking yield while delegating the responsibility of actually staking to others. And that's Lido and Rocket Pool and all these other staking systems. And so it does seem like there was a little bit of over-engineering or maybe over-optimism about their ability to kind of centrally plan how Ethereum staking would be composed. And in a certain sense, it's backfiring now when they see, oh, wow, okay, it looks like regardless of what we want people to do, people want a Lido-like thing. They want a liquid staking token. And, now we have to deal with the consequence of that without a lot of tools with which to mediate that market.
I think there's another aspect to this that's actually extremely important in practice that people don't consider, which is that the reason you have some of these dominant effects is not just strictly the idea that like, hey, this particular staking pool service is the safest or has the longest track record. But it's actually liquidity based, where like people who have the staked asset, they may need to borrow against it for some reason, or they may need to sell and not wait the withdrawal period. And the withdrawal period is for a security reasons that you can't just like immediately take your staked ETH and remove ETH out of it. But you may just like, I don't know, you use as collateral, or like you got liquidated somewhere and you need to post more money somewhere, or you need ETH for some other reason. And Lido, from its inception, focused insanely hard on insane in hindsight amounts of liquidity incentives to get to that point. I think an interesting point about the Rocket Pool model is it's like Rocket Pool itself kind of is a bad model in some ways because the RPL token, it doesn't have any other fee accrual mechanism. So like if the RPL token goes down a lot, then like the security of the Rocket Pool validators is actually quite a bit in trouble. On the other hand, if Ethereum offers a Rocket Pool-like thing, that's great because it has natural transaction carry coming in from all the transaction
Tarun,
fees.
can you real quick for the audience explain the difference between the Lido system and the Rocket Pool system?
So very, very like high level. The Lido system is like a staking pool. So you give, your ETH to it. So maybe you put 2 ETH, Haseeb puts in 30 ETH, Robert puts in 16.9 ETH, and Tom puts in 400 ETH. And it makes a pool that adds up everything, which is around 550 or something like that. And basically it takes that pool and it says, okay, each of us own a pro rata share. So like Tom owns 400 divided by that, and I own 1.6 or whatever divided by that. And then that pool is owned by a single validator, or well, really a set of validators who use that stake, use the pool that we gave to get to where they are. Rocket Pool does something slightly different where it has the validators contributing some of the ETH and the depositors contributing some of the ETH. And in order to deal with getting slashed, so the losses, how do the losses flow through from the validators and then to the users, is that the validators ETH sort of is usually the first tranche. But if say like there's more slashing, you need some more security, they have their own token that you have to stake. The problem is that thing has no real fundamental fee-driven value. So like, yes, if there's a great Ponzi time, like yes, it will grow high and whatever. But when the value of that crashes, the security of their system is much more unsafe. Whereas in the Lido type of system, as long as there's many validators validating a single pool so that you don't get slashed for liveness faults, it is generally significantly safer. Now, there's other consequences because Lido is the governance token, but Lido is introducing dual staking, so I think that hopefully should ameliorate a lot of that. Also, disclaimer: we are also Lido investors, but I think the Rocket Pool models have a lot of merit because they do kind of they do force the validators to have skin in the game. And in the Lido model, they will have more, but like they make it more explicit. But I guess my point is, if Ethereum validators who are earning income in Ethereum are able to provide some fraction of their income into as sort of their cost they have to provide to the structure, it makes a lot more sense than Ethereum validators who are earning RPL, selling RPL or borrowing against RPL to contribute ETH. Because like then that RPL token, they're kind of like net negative on the RPL. They're either selling it or borrowing against it. So you can have these like very bad interactions, in the worst case, like really bad slashing events. Now, of course, there's barely been any slashing. But I guess long story short is I actually think this enshrining thing is like, once you do one thing, you have to do everything. Say Ethereum enshrines the rocket pool type of thing. Well, now they're going to have to source liquidity for, I saw people jokingly on the internet calling it EF ETH, like Ethereum Foundation ETH. So for EF ETH, you would need to have liquidity, and the liquidity would need to be owned in some ways by the protocol. And now you'd be enshrining a Uniswap to ensure that I could trade out of EF ETH to ETH, and then I'd need to enshrine a compound. So I actually think it's not an easy thing to do, and I think that if you don't understand the market dynamics, you might think like, okay, we just add the one gizmo and it works, but it's actually this kind of quite complex web, and you may have to actually continually import the whole thing. So maybe that's my more nuanced view of that.
Yeah, it's also the reality is that, look, anything that Ethereum decides to enshrine goes at Ethereum development speed, which means it's going to be like fucking 2 years. It's going to be like a 3-part upgrade, and it's going to be like 2 years or 3 years from now that we actually get the like Ethereum enshrined rocket pool or whatever. And until then, okay, well, whatever centralization vectors you're worried about in just the raw marketplace are going to continue moving forward for the next 3 years. So one way or another, like I think this is a drum that I constantly like to beat, which is that a lot of people, especially in crypto economic design, really want to shy away from social consensus as being an enforcement mechanism in blockchains, and they just are. Like they just always are. They always have been. And I think Dankrad posted something about this, which I very strongly agreed with, which is that the number one thing that keeps Ethereum on path is not the crypto economic mechanisms. They're never enough. You never are going to have a sufficiently specified crypto economic system that no bad thing can happen, given all the incentives that you've constructed around you. You always need to have some culture that's pushing people in the right direction. And a large part of that, you can see it from Lido. Lido is intentionally trying to contort themselves with this, dual staking and this, the governance structure that they have to try to make it so that they are responsive to the overall needs of Ethereum governance, rather than just, token go up.
One last thing I would add, though, the enshrining of the ZK thing is actually quite useful, because that actually would mean that the Ethereum validators are forced to provide ZK proofs versus like having to completely bootstrap a new proving network.
True. But
so I actually think that is the place where it might actually make more sense.
Yes, but it's another example of that place where the reality is that not everybody is fully EVM compatible, right? There's a range of EVM compatibility. And so basically if you say like, well, we're only going to do this for true EVM compatibility or EVM execution, then now you're throwing up everybody under the bus who made a different design choice in building their
other
ZK,
VMs can emulate partial EVM compatibility. So it's a question of whether the validators are willing to do
right.
this.
So, but then there's a lot of nuances to get right so that it's actually neutral among all implementations.
That will
Extremely
take
hard to get that
It'll
right.
take 5 or 6 years. Don't worry.
5 or 6 years. Okay, good. All right, we're up on time. I really hope day one of the SBF trial was not that interesting because we have nothing to say about it. Quick predictions. What do you guys think happens in the beginning of the SBF trial? Tom, you first.
I think he's going to try to throw some curveball. It sounds like there's a lot of restrictions on what he can say has been happening to him. Like he can't say he's been held in jail, and he can't say he was sort of forced to turn over, FTX power to Ryan or give bankruptcy. And so that's been interesting. But I mean, it sounds like he's been researching and planning something for a while. And even with this whole thing around like leaking Caroline's diary, I feel like he has some sort of weird trick up his sleeve. So I expect there's gonna be something that I expect the unexpected is maybe the prediction, which is kind of boring.
All right. Tarun, what's your prediction?
His parents will be on the stand at some point.
All right, Robert.
I think there's going to be some bullshit because it's always what you want least to happen happens. I think there's going to be like a mistrial or something ridiculous.
Wow, you're a truther.
I would
jury nullification.
Yeah, jury nullification. I would guess that there's going to be a lot of disruptions in the trial. They're going to get covered very widely. He's probably going to be shaking uncontrollably. He's going to ask for drugs in the middle of something. I think there's going to be a lot of disruptions in the trial. That's going to be my guess. So anyway, we will see, or we will be invalidated by the time this episode sees the light of day. But until then, enjoy the trial, or if you can, try to avoid the trial, because I feel like it's bad for your soul to pay too much attention to stuff like this. Anyway, until next week, thanks everybody.
All the way from the Windy City, the one and only Rick Santelli joins us here.
Clap him in, clap him in. There we go. Clap him in.
Royalty. And he joins us with his world-famous easel, by the way.
Well, I do apologize. I don't have all my equipment, and I couldn't do a really pretty chart. But before we get to that, I'd like to say a few things. I personally always find anniversary dates very key, and I can't help thinking about September of '81 when we had the all-time high closing yield just shy of 16%. So what I'm talking about here might be dancing between the raindrops. You never want to go against a market that is burning to the upside, but you might want to give it a pause if it looks like it's going to back away a bit. But in the grand scheme of things, I think rates are going higher. So let's go to the charts. Like I said, not my best work, but high-low perpendicular midpoint. We always pay attention to those, especially when one of those points is the all-time low closing yield at 0.5%. So you take the high, you take the low, you connect it, you find that midpoint, you draw a perpendicular line. And what you find is it just keeps you on the straight and narrow. Those are very key. The more important the spike levels are, whether it's a key high or key bottom, those make it work that much better. Now, this chart is really off scale. Remember, when you're doing these charts, you got to use logarithmic paper. This is just a rough gauge, but there's your near 16%, 781 for your anniversary date. And the whole point of this chart is that we have a lot of potential room to run to the upside. So if somebody asked me and held a gun to my head and said, listen, the worst case scenario, where Treasury rate's going to go 10-year, I'd say in the next 7 years, you should be able to see 13.5%, 14%. Yes. Now, I'm not saying we get there, but I really want to stress you do not want to jump in front of this right now. But if this week closes under 4 3/4 and the high yield close remains in the 460s, you buy the market looking for a bit of a retracement to potentially get back down to 4 1/4 to 432. Or if it gets to 4 3/4 on a closing basis first, you liquidate the trade.
So you buy TLT below those levels. In other words, beta yields are going to go down in the short term. Otherwise, we're looking for. Why are rates going higher? It's because the economy is gangbusters, or because
Tyler Matheson. Everybody clap for who loves Tyler. I love Tyler. And what did he bring up today? A great Chicagoan, Milton Friedman. And when he did, one of my 50-year veterans from the trading floor called me and said, boy, he's spot on. I had many meetings with Milton. That if you want to know where inflation is taking the markets and why, just look at government spending. The vigilantes have new horses and they're riding, and I really do think that is the answer. We are spending too much. We are not learning to cut back. As a matter of fact, I think we're out of control as we approach a $2 trillion deficit, and this is the market's way to get Washington's attention.
That's always been the case, though, hasn't it, to some degree, Rick? So why
QE.
13%?
QE changed everything.
Yeah. Right. So do you think that the Fed, whoever the Fed may be within the next 10 years, is actually going to allow a rate that is above 13%?
You can squeeze a water balloon 9 ways from Sunday, but eventually it pops out somewhere. They are running out of little tricks to pull out of their bag, and in my opinion, the quantitative easing removed many signals in the market that now it's trying to put back in place. And they could do as they wish. If they keep tinkering with this, the problem is we have too many large economies that are going to be in the same boat. And who's going to end up buying this paper?
Right. So the presumption here is you think the Fed put is done, and it requires the discipline for the Fed to stay the course. And I agree, and I'm a student of history, probably less so than you, but I think all the way back to the first shenanigans, I think of long-term capital, and I think of the Asian financial crisis, and I think that's where monetary accommodation went out of control, and I think it wasn't the 2007-8, I think it was 1997-98. BOJ, I think they're the biggest wild card here. And I heard over the weekend stuff that told me YCC is done, and I think that's a slingshot to U.S. yields higher.
Oh, absolutely. And the Bank of Japan could actually pull the plug that drains the water on everybody's bathtub. And that's the real fear I have, is they have no idea how they could be the catalyst. They could be that one ping pong ball you throw in a room with a bunch of mousetraps with other ping pong balls, and then all of a sudden things start flying.
Mousetraps and ping pong balls.
So, Rick, let me ask you. So let's say rates just keep going up so much that they crush the economy, right? And so then do we start to see rates really come back, or do you see stagflation and
I think Guy hit part of it. In 1987, when we were in the pits, what we learned was that when equities get really ugly, you see the Treasury complex start to do better. I think the signals being distorted has changed that to some extent, and it's going to have to get much uglier to get the attention of the bond market. But I think that dynamic will come to the rescue, but it's going to come to the rescue late in the game.
Karen mentioned that we've had rates at these levels before, which I totally agree with. It's a rate of change thing, though. And think about 15 years of being conditioned liquidity, zero interest rates. People are not prepared, in my opinion, for what we've just seen over the last 18 months. Speak to that.
Oh, yeah. Not only are they not prepared, I think that when many look at the markets and they scratch their heads, they just don't understand that the Fed held the beach ball underwater for so long, basically a decade of zero that shouldn't have been at zero, that ultimately the force that this thing's popping out, I think, is justified.
If it pops to 13, if the trajectory is very steep, does that imply that the bounce back is going to be steep as well?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The 1/3 or 2/3 retracement on some of those GAN numbers should be every bit as aggressive. That's why I do think we're going to get a pause. Yeah. And I think we're going to consolidate here. But I urge people not to try to pick tops in yield. Let the market tell you you can dance between the raindrops a bit.
Okay. But again, your big call tonight sounds like north of 13% in the next 10.
And that's the grand scheme of things. Yes, when I take a look at the long-term monthly charts, that's what I see.
Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on all your devices. DuckDuckGo comes with a built-in search engine, but it doesn't spy on your searches. And our browser blocks creepy ads that follow you around from Google and other companies. And it's free. Download DuckDuckGo today.
And today I wanted to talk about how Bitcoin FUD goes away forever. FUD is just fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and Bitcoiners often refer to it to answer criticisms of Bitcoin. People are very worried about, will Bitcoin scale? Does Bitcoin use too much energy? These sort of questions are called FUD. I want to talk about a concept that's been appearing on Twitter lately called Eternal September. This used to refer to the internet. So in the early days, the internet was basically populated by scientists, college students, professors, government employees. And then what would happen is every September when kids went to college, you'd get a lot of college freshmen beginning to learn how to use the internet. And they would come in and they'd be a little bit rowdy and they'd sort of change the experience. And then what happened in the September of 1994, which is what's called Eternal September, AOL and other companies began to democratize and open up the internet to everybody. And what happened, according to this Urban Dictionary article, soon the new users vastly outnumbered their predecessors, and nonsense and flame wars became the norm. This phenomenon is referred to as Eternal September, as the uptick of new users has not ended, nor will it end in the foreseeable future. And I think we're experiencing something similar happening, sort of an echo revolution with Bitcoin. We're experiencing Eternal September, where every cycle there are more and more newcomers coming. And basically in every bull market, there's this whole new class of noobs, like I was in 2019. They enter the space for the first time, and as I said, they're extremely worried about FUD. Things like, is Bitcoin a Ponzi scheme? Does Bitcoin have intrinsic value? Will Bitcoin scale? Is Bitcoin actually scarce since you can keep dividing it? That's actually the worst piece of FUD, where they think that a pizza can be infinite just because you can divide it into lots of very small pieces. Nevertheless, this is something that people worry about. And then, of course, does Bitcoin use too much energy? Unfortunately, much of this FUD is the direct result of advertising campaigns funded by shitcoiners, by altcoiners, who attack Bitcoin in order to promote their own crypto as the quote-unquote solution. This is what the Ripple guys have been doing to Bitcoin. They've been funding Bitcoin and trying to force people to change Bitcoin's code so that it runs on proof of stake. Ripple co-founder Chris Larsen is guilty of getting together with Greenpeace to try to push this through. So a lot of the FUD is driven by the enemies of Bitcoin. But the question we're discussing here is, are we doomed to have to keep answering the same beginner Bitcoin questions again and again? Bitcoin is indeed complicated, and so the problem is Bitcoin doomed if we can't convince everyone or explain Bitcoin in simple terms that everyone can understand? And then there's a problem, how can we even convince busy people who don't give two raps about Bitcoin or economics? And I think I have a few answers to these questions, which is what I want to discuss in today's video. The first answer is that some of this will be fixed by the incentives. So for example, when BlackRock has a large successful Bitcoin spot ETF, as it will soon by the end of this year or sometime next year, BlackRock will be highly incentivized not to FUD Bitcoin and its energy usage. In fact, it appears that BlackRock may already be backpedaling on ESG, and probably for this reason. BlackRock backs fewer ESG proposals, and this article, BlackRock's Fink, says that he stopped using weaponized term ESG. If you're enjoying this video so far, I just ask you to hit the subscribe button and tell a friend. And so what we see with BlackRock and what we'll see with more and more institutions that end up owning Bitcoin, for example, Michael Saylor used to criticize Bitcoin on Twitter in 2013 or 2014. There's a famous tweet, and now obviously he's come on over to the right side, and he's one of Bitcoin's largest allies. And so as more and more people and institutions and corporations own Bitcoin, there will be fewer and fewer people who want to criticize it because no one is going to FUD their own bags. Also, many of Bitcoin's current critics are part of the current gerontocracy that has us under its boot in America, and these critics will simply age out. In other words, they're going to go join their crappy fellow Keynesians and cantillionaires in the great beyond, so we won't have to worry about them. But what about the great quote-unquote unwashed masses, like your stubborn uncle, your friends who've been ignoring Bitcoin since you first told them about it in 2017? How are we ever going to bring these people into Bitcoin and answer all of their FUD? I don't think we're going to need to, and here's why. Because when you're swimming towards a lifeboat, its seaworthiness and construction become secondary concerns. You're not thinking about lifeboat FUD at that moment. Instead, you're trying to get out of the cold water and into the boat so that you don't die. And this is what's been happening with Tether, with USDT, which is a US dollar quote-unquote stablecoin, and with Bitcoin as well, organically over the past few years in countries with hyperinflation. Countries like Argentina, countries like Lebanon, where locals are now mining Bitcoin and buying groceries with Tether. This was unimaginable even a few years ago. Now, as for Tether using a centralized ruggable currency like USDT that is attached to a melting ice cube like the US dollar, and something like USDT that can be frozen at any time and it runs on top of a crappy network like Tron or Ethereum or something like this, this is not ideal. But for the people in these countries, it's still a lot better than the local government fiat currency in Argentina, in Lebanon, in Turkey, in a lot of these countries that are experiencing hyperinflation. So now imagine a world where people have also lost faith in the US dollar. They're not going to want Tether and they're not going to want USDT as their lifeboat. Instead, they're going to want Bitcoin, because Bitcoin's the largest, it's the most liquid, it's the most credible, it's the most decentralized cryptocurrency with the longest history. So it also benefits from what's called the Lindy effect. Something similar happened with the internet. This note says that only 1% of the world's population and 14% of Americans were using the internet by 1995, even though it was invented in 1983. But just a decade or so later, most Americans were using the internet, and they certainly are now. So why did all these people all of a sudden start using the internet? It's not that everyone suddenly became educated about TCP, IP, and SMTP and all the internet protocols and the internet's plumbing. Rather, the internet user experience improved, and people learned that if they ignored email, if they ignored Google search, if they ignored YouTube videos and other superpowers that the internet gave them, they felt they were going to fall behind their friends and their colleagues and their coworkers, both when it came to pleasure and to productivity. Today, 99% of the people probably who use the internet have no idea how it actually works. I have a vague idea, but I don't really understand it either. I think the same will be true of Bitcoin someday. So early adopters studied how the internet's plumbing worked, and you really had to be a hobbyist or a geek in the early days. Similarly, now early adopters of Bitcoin study it in depth and attempt to answer Bitcoin FUD. But in the future, I don't think any of this will be necessary, especially in the context of high global inflation, which I expect to continue as long as central banks are still around. When there's high inflation, people will flee to Bitcoin, and they'll hear about Bitcoin from their friends, from their family, from their coworkers, and they will buy and use Bitcoin with nary a thought about Bitcoin FUD. I've always wanted to use that word nary in a video, and I finally found a way. At some point, everyone will be using BTC just like they use the US dollar today. Not because they understand how the US dollar works. The plumbing for the US dollar is incredibly complicated. Not because they understand how the US dollar works or how Bitcoin works, but simply because everyone else is using it. Today, everyone uses the dollar. Tomorrow, in the future, everyone will be using Bitcoin, and everyone will be using it because everyone else is using it. So that's the power of what are called network effects. And Bitcoin, the monetary network, will benefit from these network effects, just like all other technological innovations. There's no other cryptocurrency in the world that can now catch up with Bitcoin's network effects. So if you're holding Caspa or Hedera or some other coin that's 14 years too late, you're going to be left holding the bag, unfortunately. It doesn't matter if you think the technology is better. Bitcoin already has a global brand, global recognition, and huge adoption, with adoption increasing. And if you're just starting a new cryptocurrency in the last couple of years, it's never going to catch up with Bitcoin's head start. So what about CBDCs, central bank digital currencies that are issued by central banks and that are used for purposes of surveillance and control? There's already a CBDC in China. The UK is talking about rolling one out. The US is making plans to study it. Won't CBDCs make it impossible to buy Bitcoin? Can't the government close the crypto exchanges, close the Bitcoin exchanges, and then program CBDCs so that you are unable, that you cannot buy Bitcoin with them? Yes, definitely this is true, but this is what people will do. They'll take their US dollar CBDC, they'll buy a lawnmower or something even cooler than a lawnmower, and then they'll sell that lawnmower to a Bitcoiner for Bitcoin. Or maybe they'll just mow the Bitcoiner's lawn and earn Bitcoin. So there are lots of ways to get Bitcoin. And in the future, instead of buying Bitcoin, you'll earn Bitcoin. In the future, instead of selling Bitcoin, you will spend Bitcoin. This is what it means when the world is on a Bitcoin standard. I think the CBDC experience will be similar to when the government made marijuana illegal. It's not like everyone stopped smoking it for 70 years. And human beings will find a way if they really, really want or need something, especially when they realize they've been trapped inside of CBDCs, which is really slave money. Only Bitcoin offers freedom money. And it's this contrast that will also drive so many people into Bitcoin who never cared about it before who FUDed it, who had all these worries. At that point, all Bitcoin FUD will be gone. There's not going to be a video on YouTube this Thursday or Friday because I'm going to be at the Pacific Bitcoin Conference in Los Angeles, in sunny Santa Monica. So if you're there, please come up and say hello. I'd like to meet as many of you as possible. This is the first Bitcoin conference that I'll be speaking at. I'll be there all day in person on Thursday and Friday, and I'd love to meet as many of you as are there. The first day I'll be speaking on Thursday, October 5th. I will be speaking at 1:10 as part of a panel that includes Phil Champagne, Bob Burnett, moderated by BTC Sessions at 1:10. So come by and watch that if you want. It's only 25 minutes, and then you can stop by and say hello after that. Otherwise, I'll be going to all the parties, and I'll be circulating, going to many of the lectures and panels as well. And I'm really looking forward to both the conference, which promises to be a way to meet many of your fellow Bitcoiners, and also to meet fellow plebs. So really looking forward to that, and I'll see you guys on YouTube probably Saturday at the earliest with a fresh video. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to hit the subscribe and like buttons. Hit the notification bell if you want to be notified when I publish